society. With the UNEP map, civil society organizations have demonstrated across the Mediterranean countries. This webinar aims to foster exchange among civil society organizations, showcasing projects and discussing their impact. We believe that by enhancing dialogue and cooperation, we can answer the long-term sustainable of SPAMIs. For your let me say, let's work together to preserve our marine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silis. Now let's move to the presentation of the webinar. Let's begin. First of all, let's start by defining SPAMIs and find out why they are so special. The specially protected areas of marine Mediterranean importance represent crucial sites for the conservation of biodiversity in the Mediterranean Sea. These areas harbor specific ecosystems and habitats essential for threatened species in the region. They hold particular ecologic, scientific, aesthetic, cultural, and educational interest and are designed to serve as examples and models for preserving natural heritage in accordance with the Annex 1 of SPA-BG protocol. The list of SPAMIs was established in 2001 by the contracting parties of the Barcelona Convention under the SPA-BG protocol. Its objective is to promote cooperation in the management and the conservation of natural areas, as well as to protect threatened species and their habitats. To date, it includes 39 areas covering almost 6% of the Mediterranean, and they are managed by 11 contracting parties. The special feature of the SPAMI provisions is that they enable the creation of protected areas beyond national jurisdictions, while also providing a cooperative framework for the creation and management of transboundary marine protected areas by neighboring countries. As you all know, today we are here to celebrate SPAMI Day, which is a regional celebration of marine conservation and the protected area in the Mediterranean, established by the contracting parties of the Barcelona Convention at their COP22 in 2021. It is officially celebrated each year on April 15. The clear objective of SPAMI Day is to promote the list of SPAMIs. In other words, exceptional marine areas managed exemplary and more broadly to raise awareness about ocean conservation. So this year we celebrate the third edition of SPAMI Day. The celebration of this edition began on May 1st with a digital campaign on social networks, followed by 3 events. The present webinar, a seminar on SPAMIs and the science to be held this afternoon, a meeting on financial support mechanism for the management of MPCA in Tunisia to be held on May 14, and a final event bringing together SPARAC partners and SPAMI managers from the 11 contracting parties. So the central theme of SPAMI Day this year highlights the necessity of effective SPAMI management. The main objective is to showcase and encourage all initiatives within these SPAMIs that contribute to the preservation and restoration of marine ecosystems. Civil society in this context plays a crucial role in implementing concrete actions to raise awareness and educate, as well to monitor the ecological status of these vital spaces, thereby contributing to more effective and sustainable SPAMI management. Several initiatives have been implemented by civil society organizations supported under the bilateral agreement between the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy Security and the UNEP MAP, notably through the SPAMI twinning program during its first and its third phases. In total, 17 mini projects have been carried out by 15 organizations of civil society from five Mediterranean countries, Albania, Lebanon, Italy, Slovenia, and Tunisia. So this webinar aims to create a space for exchange and sharing of experience among representatives of CSOs benefiting from small grants for the implementation of projects related to SPAMIs. It provides a platform to present projects, discuss achieved results, and share lessons learned in the area of awareness raising, environmental education, ecological monitoring, and sustainable management. So during this webinar, we will dive into the presentations of 9 projects which I had the pleasure of following closely as the former SPAMI Twinning Program Project Officer. We will start with the 2 presentation, one from Lebanon and followed by another one in Albania. We will have after that 10-minute break. After each presentation, we will have a 5-minute question and answer session. And I encourage you to ask your questions via the chat during the presentation so we can maximize the available time. So after the next slide. So after the short break, we will have 4 other presentations from Tunisia, Slovenia, and 2 other also from Tunisia. We will have another short break. And finally, finally, we will close with 3 final presentation, 4 final presentation, and a closure of the closing remark and a special announcements. So let's begin with the first presentation by Mr. Ali Badreddin, the director of Tir Coast Nature Reserve in Lebanon, who will present the project on behalf of Association of Preserving the Environment. Ali, I invite you to share your screen and you have the floor.
Thank you, Emna. I will share my screen. Okay. Emna, can you see my slide?
Yes.
And can you hear me very well?
Perfectly.
That
Go
is
ahead.
so. Good morning, everyone. it is always a pleasure to meet you all, even if it is virtually. So I am talking today on behalf of Association for Preserving the Environment. And it is an occasion to say on behalf of this association, on behalf of Tir Coast Nature Reserve, on behalf of the municipality of Tir, a big thanks for the usual help and support of SPARAC, and being also always with Tir Coast Nature Reserve, with the SPAMIs in general in the Mediterranean, and helping them, supporting them on conservation and protection. So coming back to our presentation here, we will talk about the involvement of local community, civil society, as you want to talk about them, related in Tir Coast Nature Reserve activities. So the idea of this project is coming from the updated management plan of the reserve that has been also updated with a big support, with big help, with the foundation of European Union, but with a big support and help of SPARAC, and executed by in cooperation with the Ministry of Environment. So for the presentation, first to talk a little bit about the association. It has been declared in 1998, in the same period of the declaration of the reserve. Since the declaration, it was the association working a lot on environmental activity. When I said environmental activity, all what we can think about it, let's say cleaning campaign, fisher, diver, also sustainable practices, also awareness, education, capacity building, especially with kids, with students, with the new generation. And also they give a lot of opportunity for people, especially local community, to be involved more on the conservation, protection aspect, and to promote their active participation. Especially, and also they increase the link between the local community and the local authorities, especially the municipality. So they try to enhance this link so they can understand the regulation sometimes that the authority put to protect and conserve the resource of Tir and the reserve in particular. So coming to the project is about first, valorizing, promoting the resource of Tir Coast Nature Reserve. So we are talking about natural resources, ecological resources, archaeological resources, historical resources, all the resources of the reserve, and to let the local community in the other part to understand the importance of this presence of this reserve and its resources, and how they can use these resources in a right way and in benefit way, and without any environmental impact, with taking in consideration the balance between its sustainable practices and economic part. And the most important part, increase the engagement of local community. And for, let's say, don't forget always the protection and conservation of what we have. This is a strategy of vision of any SPAMIs, I think, in the Mediterranean, including Tir Coast Nature Reserve. So the objective of our project was first to increase the involvement of stakeholders by organizing field visits for schools. So here we are targeting students and doing some training session to fisher divers, and also to do like some training in crafting. Here we are talking about local community, but we go more with women and girls. So this gender, because they are more, let's say, to be honest, more creative in this kind of aspect. And also increase the visibility of TCNR. This is so important because today, when we go in Tir especially, and I hope that you will have all the opportunity to visit us, you will understand, in fact, the concept, the culture, the situation in this region. You will understand, in fact, how much it is important to promote, to valorize the natural resources that we have, and to increase the visibility of the reserve. So it will help us for the protection and conservation. That is our third objective. So for the results, a general overview of the results. We have been success to touch 130 students in 3 months. And I forget maybe to say that the project also, it is like done by, executed by SPARAC with the help of the Ministry of agency in Italy, and also in cooperation with the municipality of Tir Coast Nature Reserve. This is so important to say it, and it was for 3 months. So we touched, like I said, 130 students, 50 girls and women. We give them the opportunities, the training. We talk about more than 20 fishers. We put in our hand now in the reserve, we have some environmental games. We have like kids card, student card, tourist card. We have some brochures related with visibility of TCNR. And the direct impact was we giving like 8 job opportunities related with project manager, communication officer, financial officer, journalist, reporter, videographer, and don't forget the shop related with, you know, gathering and all the stuff that we use and that we buy to do this kind of activities. And we made more than 6 videos, but we can say that 6 good professional video about all the activity. And we published 4 important publication in national press and national TV. So this is a general overview of the results. And here we can start with the Tir school visit. We organize 5 school visit in Tir. During this visit, we touch student different age and different gender. And also we did during this school visit a lot of activity related with environmental games and also with painting. Of course, we give them like a lot of information, but in the nice way, not in the way that they are taking it, they are taken in schools, in the strict like in the room and strict lessons. No, it was something like so beautiful and so nice. And also we did like a kind of competition between them. So the best painter, the 3 best students, we give us a beautiful painting, receive a beautiful gift, sometimes a small amount to help him in continue this kind of creativity that we are trying to create in our reserve and during this project. And so for the training session related with fisher and diver, so we focus more with fisher about sustainable practices related with techniques when they catch like accidentally a turtle, a dolphin, a shark, what they have to do, and increase the knowledge for fisher and diver, what they have in Tir water. Because, you know, we have the Tir city and we have the Tir city submerged. So here we are talking about the sustainable tourist practices in the future. And also don't forget that this area is well impacted by non-indigenous species. Here we are talking about the importance of citizen science. So we focus on this, especially with fisher and diver during our training sessions that we did. And as I said, we touch around like more than 100 fisher, and we go to visit them on the port in collaboration with the syndicate and cooperative of fisher in Tir. And concerning diver, we talk about between 20 and 30 diver in cooperation with some local diving center, especially Lebanon Diving Center. Other like result, and here we are talking about the most funny part. It is about the handmade training in crafting, because here we touch local women, girls from squad especially, to be more creative, and we put on with them some resources, some technique to use what they have in the reserve, especially from the plastics that we are collected, to do like some accessories, to do some painting. And it is kind of a sustainable job opportunity for the future. This kind of job help also women and girls to have this kind of enforcing this empowerment of women. This is so important as a reserve. And we have been it has been done successfully, and we receive a very good feedback related with this. We are talking about the impact. For me, the first impact was this beautiful smile that we saw on students, on kids, on people who are visiting us, especially in these difficult situations that this region is like facing. And also don't forget when a diver like release a turtle, a dolphin, a shark, here we are touching this kind of protection and conservation, and we motivate this kind of fisher of diver to clean the Tir water, to understand the importance of cleaning this area, especially from ghost net, from plastic, from any kind of garbage. The idea is it is the home of the marine biodiversity, yes, but it is also the home of the fisher and diver. So it is so important to let them understand this kind of knowledge, increase this knowledge, and to understand this kind of impact, and touch this creativity for the visitor, especially student. And of course, we have been successful to let all the people sit together, especially local authorities, municipality of Tir, and Tir Coast Nature Reserve, and the local community all together to take like the right decisions that it is good for all. This is why the impact was divided into 3 aspects. So the socio-economical impact, it is more related with, increasing the involvement of local community, and also giving, the training related with sustainable practices and other. The environmental impact is more related with the protection and conservation of what we have as resources, especially the marine biodiversity part, and they understand the importance of these activities and these kind of practices. Educational impact by increasing the knowledge, the education, especially in for kids and students, and let them understand that to share the experience, to share the information, friend and family, and they are the new generation that is coming to protect this SPAMI. Here we are talking about Tir Coast Nature Reserve. And the most important part for us is to understand that a reserve in general, especially SPAMI, it is an opportunity. It is not something like an area restricted with regulation, with law, and enforcing this law and regulation. No, it's not like this. It is a kind of protection, conservation that we are doing for this local community. This is one of the most important vision strategies that we are trying to share with all during this project. And for the recommendation and what we are seeking forward as the Association for Preserving the Environment. So don't forget the kind of protection always seeking about focusing on protection, conservation of what we have, especially marine biodiversity, increase the education and awareness, so important. Always thinking of to have a kind of financial independence, and this kind of finance go to this kind of environmental activity, and of course cooperation, especially with the twinning program between SPAMI that the SPARAC is helping a lot to establish it and to develop it, and we are thanking SPARAC for all this effort. So this is why the recommendation of the association is coming to say, first, increase community engagement, not only in Tir, but in all the SPAMI. Always thinking of educational visit, it giving like a lot of good feedback. And as I said, this beautiful smile and this beautiful information that we are giving to students and kids. And we are trying to involve the environmental education in some schools. I don't know if other countries the same thing, but in Lebanon in general, it is very rare to have this kind of environmental education in school. So this kind of activity and the role of the SPAMI today is like to touch the school, to touch, let's say, ministries and stakeholders, like involved in this kind of activities. And of course, enhance the capacity building. So here we are talking about increasing the knowledge, put on the hand of fisher and diver sustainable practices, technique related with tourism, related with, catching, like doing sustainable fishing methods. We are working on it. And the most important part, improve the conservation of what we have by promote, yes, sustainable tourist practices, as I said, and also using what we have, because in Tir Coast Nature Reserve, we are the only first aid sea turtle rescue center. So we are trying to use this kind of rescue center to do like some, let's say, ecotourism activity. And with big help of SPARAC, we already have let's say, the strategy, the plan to have some ecotourism activity related with sea turtle in our reserve. And it is so much important, and it's help also in engaging, let's say, local community and to give them opportunity, job opportunity. Here we are talking. It's so important. And finally, the most important recommendation, continue with this support, continue with this kind of small project. We are putting our hand and all the need and here a big stress, but with our support with Parak to continue to celebrate this SPAMI Day. It is so important. It gives us a visibility. It gives us like a kind of let's say when you are trying to do something, we don't wait to say thank you, but when we see this smile on local community, we see this kind of activity, we see this success on some small activity, it gives us like a big honor, so if you can say it. And also it helps us to, this is so important to say it at the end, it helps the SPAMI, and especially in our case, to let's say do whatever to implement the objective and activity of our management plan. So it is so important. I hope that I respect the time. At the end, I want to thank you all. Thank you, Sparak. And of course, we celebrate the SPAMI Day also in the next coming day, face to face, and hope to see you all. Thank you, Emna. Thank you, all the team.
Thank you, Ali, for this interesting presentation and also for this impactful project who touched various stakeholders from students, divers, fishers, and all the community. You showed us that involving the population in the management and the conservation of SPAMI is essential and a key element. I don't know if there is a question on the chat. Asma?
Thank you, Emna. Good morning, everyone. Maybe I will start by saying hello, and also thank you again for joining and for your contribution as speakers, as people that are interested in our SPAMIs, and also in our marine ecosystems in the Mediterranean. So thank you. And for the moment being, there are no direct questions. There are no questions besides the good mornings. But maybe in the meantime, if you think about any question or request for clarification, do not hesitate. But maybe also I would like to ask Ali as a tier director of the SPAMI tier natural reserve. What is the progress achieved since 2019, and why 2019? Maybe to clarify, because the tier natural reserve as SPAMI was integrated in a list of provisional nature, if I can say, and this was following an assessment that was done. And as you all may know, all the SPAMIs in the Mediterranean, the 39 SPAMIs in the Mediterranean, since the year of their inscription in the SPAMI list, they are evaluated every 6 years. And this evaluation is made by a group that are composed of the national focal point, the SPAMI manager himself or herself, by a national expert, and by 2 independent non-national or international experts. So these will get together and evaluate the SPAMI, how it functions, their management plan, the implementation of this management plan, etc., if there are any threats, any impacts. So in 2019, there are, I think, 5 SPAMIs that were evaluated, and they have joined the gray list, which means that they do not achieve the minimum score that is required for the SPAMI to be maintained on the SPAMI list. And these SPAMIs are, among others, Tyr, Palm, and the 3 Tunisian SPAMIs, Lagalit, Kneis, and Zembra and Zembretta. So maybe this was like a general introduction a little bit about the evaluation. And the Tyr SPAMI will indeed be evaluated with an extraordinary evaluation end of this year, by the beginning of next year. So after 6 years. So my question to Ali here is, what is the progress made? What are at least the main points achieved that maybe as a director you're feeling will say, yes, by these actions and by these projects, our SPAMI will join again the normal, the green list. So yeah. And thank you very much, Ali, for all the work done, you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Asma, for this great question. In fact, it is what I was preparing for the SPAMI Day event that is coming. But in any case, it's important to have a general overview. Today, in our reserve, we have first our updated management plan for the next 5 years. This is so important because here we have a clear vision, clear strategy, clear objective, and clear activity related with the objective. And we established and we developed our Sea Turtle Rescue Center. So today we have a good, let's say, stranding network, and we are the organization or the MPA that is responsible of this Sea Turtle Rescue Center and any stranded turtle or any sea turtle activity. And we closed totally our conservative zone, because people who don't know Till Coast Natural Reserve, it is divided into 3 zones: the touristic zone, conservative zone, agricultural zone. Our touristic zone, where the turtle is coming to put the nest, we close it totally. So no access anymore, and it is restricted. And this is to help us a lot to protect more the biodiversity that we have there, the terrestrial one and the marine one. And we have some new equipment related with, we have our boat now, and we have our own patrolling system with the big support and the help of the municipality of Tir to stop any kind of regulation. And today we have this marine zone that it is now in the superficie of our reserve. Before, we are talking about, let's say, 380 hectares of superficie. Today we have around 218 kilometers square, including the marine zone. So coming from the coast to the 12 nautical mile, and from the coast to 500 meter offshore, it is restricted. So no jet ski, no any use of vehicles, and it is for us, it is for research, for scientific stuff. In general, this is the most important. And of course, we are dealing with tourists today. We have good relation with them, especially kiosk owner, restaurant, hotel. And we are doing some mitigation action related with single-use plastic. So it is important also. And it is a regular monitoring stuff that we are doing. So all this, it is a good progress. And don't forget the big help of SPARAC to do the ecotourism plan and strategy related to sea turtle. And the twinning programs that we are trying to establish it with Medes Island related with tourism. Here we are opening parentheses during the NCRH project that we are working all together with SPARAC and Till Coast Natural Reserve, and also with CESMED, La Grande Motte in France, La Carreta. We do a kind of twinning between the 2 Sea Turtle Rescue Center, and we are trying to more develop this kind of twinning. So we have, I think now, with the team, with the new governance that we have, and the clear governance and the clear idea, visions that we have, especially with the help of the municipalities, the Union of Municipalities, the national authorities, the Ministry of Environment, Agriculture, Tourism, Culture, all these kind of things that we did and involve them in writing the management plan. It gives us a kind of confident that we have all the criteria to be, again, the SPAMIs and this kind of designation that has been done since 2012. So we are ready for this. And more detail in the upcoming day, in the SPAMI Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ali, for this great feedback. I will give the floor to Lubna, who has raised her hand. So Lubna, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. You hear me?
Yes, maybe not very well, but we will try. Let's see.
Okay, sorry. So first of all, I would like to thank Ali for this nice precision. And my question is more concrete because as SPARAC already, we are very interested that this SPAMI is among the success story in the South Mediterranean country. But my question now is, Ali, I would like to know if all this beautiful activity that you are implementing depend directly with the availability of budget, because my concern or the concern of SPARAC is that if the budget is not available, are there any success that there are how to say there are willing from the municipality, as you said, or the Ministry of Environment to support financially the implementation of this activity, or also this local community? Are they ready to show more involvement by giving some support? And also, you mentioned the ecotourism strategy prepared within the MAVA Marine Turtle project. And the idea is also where you can start implementing, because when you will implement some ecotourism activity, maybe fund can be regenerated. So my question in general is about the sustainability of financial to support the implementation of this activity. And thank you.
Thank you, Lubna, first for this question, and second for the big effort, usual support, and everything you are doing, the great effort, and especially usual support to do all this kind of stuff related with what we are now doing in the reserve. Of course, SPARAC is doing the best. Concerning the question, you know, there is a game we are playing with when we are kid. We put like something and we touch the checkpoint. Here is the question of checkpoint. So it is like the main question that we are trying to solve it. To be honest, it is we have a big problem related with financial part, because since 2019, maybe 2018, it is like we have this kind of economical crisis in Lebanon. So from the Ministry of Environment, we didn't, as natural reserve in general, we don't receive anymore any help from the Ministry of Environment. This is one. To be honest, yes, some activities and are based on funding related with European project. So we are submitting some project and some ideas to have some funds. But let's say concerning like some critical points related to the reserve, for example, the monitoring of sea turtle and following the sea turtle activities along all the costs, including Tier Coast Natural Reserve, we are doing it. So with budget or without budget. And we can do like some small activity, like for example, a school want to come. So we are trying to let them visit our visitor center, our sea turtle rescue center. So a small kind of awareness activity. And related with the ecotourism part, today, because we have this kind of touristic zone in our reserve, we have an agreement between the kiosk owner and the reserve, and saying that, for example, they are not allowed to use the yellow light. So this kind of pollution to protect turtle. They are using now the red light. This is one of the main, let's say, main achievement of this kind of ecotourism. So, and today, when we saw a fisher, is like, you know, fisher don't like so much turtle also, and neither dolphin, neither shark. But when they saw and they release like a turtle and they help us, for us it is a success. And when an hotel and restaurant call us, said, I want to visit with the visitor, of course, your sea turtle expedition, because we have a sea turtle expedition established and we're trying to develop it. And he give us like some small contribution. It is also giving us a kind of funds. But let's say, to be honest, the big fund and the big resources that we need for big action, like diving, like ecotourism related with tier water, or some activity related with organic farming, protecting, let's say, some terrestrial area, habitat, and species. No, we need we need big fund. And here I will deplace myself to show you something in our reserve. It is one of our contribution. So today, I don't know if you can see it here. Because there is a background.
You have to remove
There is a background.
background.
So I want to show you, and I hope that you will visit us. We did like a small part related with accessories related with sea turtle. So this kind of accessories, they have been done by local community, and people are coming here, they can buy it, and all the money is going to conservation protection and to the people who made it. So we are trying our best to to continue and to be in the high position and all the activities that we are doing. So that is in general, but it is a big question, huh?
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Ali. So
Thank
the
you,
idea is to launch this kind of discussion, and hopefully within this SPAMI celebration, we can also, as Parag, provide some guidance on how to sustain the financial support on the SPAMI. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lubna. Thank you for everything, really.
Thank you, Lubna. Thank you, Asma. And thank you, Ali. Thank you very much. And wishing you all the best for you and for your SPAMI. So now let's move to the next presentation. I hope I will find it. Excuse me. I have some problem with the.
No, do not worry, Emna. I think we may
there's
all
some
face this technology
Yeah.
problems related
So
to the online part.
yeah. So I give the floor to Loretta Sadikli from Flagpine to present its work. Please share your screen, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Loretta? I think Loretta is not
I think she
with us.
disconnected.
Maybe,
Yeah,
because
maybe
I
she's facing more serious problems related to the internet.
Oh yeah, it's no problem. So maybe we can move to Walid Belgesem from Méditerranée Action Nature in Tunisia. Walid,
Good morning.
good morning, Walid.
So I will try to share my screen. Okay. And let me know if it's okay.
Just put it on full screen with it.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, now it's good. It's okay. It's perfect.
Okay. Good morning, dear friend. So first of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity and to thank you, Sparak, for supporting Méditerranée Action Nature. So I am Walid Belgasem from Méditerranée Action Nature Association. We are working now as co-manager of the Marine Protected Area and the SPAMI of Galit. And as you see here, the Galit is is a big island in Tunisia, but is very far from the coast. It's located at more than 60 kilometers from the coast. And for that, it was difficult to organize an event in sites. And in this context, the Oman Association and the APAL proposed a project based essentially in environmental education, which target all categories of user of the guide. And our project was, the title was the Galit Archipelago, a Jewel of Mediterranean and the SPAMI to Preserve. It was proposed and implemented by the Association, so Mediterranean Action Nature, and APAL, so Tunisian Coast Protection and Planning Agency. And the aim of this mini project was to raise awareness of Galit Archipelago as a specially protected area of Mediterranean importance, and of course emphasizes the need for its conservation. So the project aimed also to engage a network of actors and advocates committed to the sustainable management of the SPAMI of Tunisia and in the Mediterranean. The objective of our project was four principal objectives. The first is environmental education on the SPAMI of Galit. The second objective was to strengthen knowledge about SPAMI, reinforce effort for the protection and sustainable management, and finally, we try to promote sustainable tourism and responsible fishing in the SPAMI of Galit. So, and for that, it was, we proposed four principal activities. The first was SPAMI night, because the 15th in May, last year, it was in Ramadan, so we can't make the event during the day, and we proposed a SPAMI night like a SPAMI day. Second activity was the environmental education and the field school. Information day at the Faculty of Science of Tunis. And also we produce a video to promote the SPAMI of Galit Archipelago. For the first activity, as result, so SPAMI night, it was in Ramadan evening dedicated mainly to talk about the SPAMI of the Galit and its natural, historical, and cultural specificities. The intervention focused on the history of Galit, a village site which is a very diversified human occupation, and with a special participation of former Galitois. So it was some Byzantine people who lived in Galit, and they were invited to speak about their lifestyle when they was in Galit. Local stakeholder, local NGO, tourism stakeholder, fishermen. It was APAL and Ministry of Agriculture, Faculty of Science of Bizerta, National Institute of Agronomy of Tunis, National Guard, and the Gustave Eiffel School. So it was very diversified target people, and all of them, they have a relationship with Galit, historical or economical and environmental relation. And here it was very diversified, and this picture proved the presence of different participants during this night, the night, SPAMI night. The second activity was in environmental education at a primary school. And for that, MEN and APAL organized an environmental education session for the student of a primary school in Bizerte, Gustave Eiffel School. And the main objective of this action, it was to introduce them to the SPAMI and raise their awareness of the importance of the protection and the conservation of its biological diversity. So, during this event, we asked to students to make some research and to prepare research about SPAMI, about AMCP, and it was a very interesting event, and we had a very interesting result. The second event in this activity was to organize a field trip. In fact, so this action consists to organize a field trip for a group of school children who participated in the environmental education session. And in this context, MAN and APAL organized a field trip to Sidi Mishrik, the closest land area to La Galit, and with which we allow participants to observe the Galit archipelago using binocular, which is available and visible in this level. So it was very interesting to teach the student using a model that we prepare. So Man prepared a model of Galit to explain the morphology, the composition of this archipelago with 6 islands. So they observe firstly the map and the model, and after that, with using binocular, they try to observe the Galit, because as I said, it's impossible to make this event in the Galit because safety reason, and it was really complicated and impossible to travel with the student to the archipelago of Galit. And it was also an opportunity to discover characteristic of the coastal habitat of the region. And the student also visited the fishing port in the area, where they discussed with local fishermen about the fishing techniques used and the species fished. So it was an opportunity to learn different activity. Mainly, this fishermen worked in Galit, around the world Galit archipelago. So they talk about their historic and their experience to fishing around the Galit archipelago. The third activity was to organize an information day at the Faculty of Science of Tunis, El Manar. And this activity consists of, in fact, to organize this information day in collaboration with the Faculty of Science of Tunis and the Faculty of Science of Bizerta. And it was an opportunity to integrate into this academic world and talk to students and researchers about SPAMIs, their natural importance, but also their rules in promoting cooperation for the preservation of biodiversity in the Mediterranean Sea. Several researchers, active or retired teachers who have worked in Galit are invited to speak to the student and researcher about the specificity of the SPAMI and its biodiversity and their experience during their field mission. So during this day, we have more than 85 participants who attended this event. And a big thank to all the professors from the Faculty of Science of Tunis, the director, of course, of the university, and SPARAC was represented by the director of the SPARAC. So it was a very interesting day, and all participants are very satisfied by this experience. And the last activity was a Galit promotional video. In fact, this video will allow participants and public to have an idea of the current state of the SPAMI of Galit and their the uniqueness of its terrestrial and marine ecosystems and the conservation objective. And this video was distributed on social media network to communicate about SPAMI of Galit, and now it's available on YouTube page of Mediterranean Action Nature. So the impact of this event. So all events were an opportunity to present to participants the natural, social, and cultural potential of the Galit archipelago. The majority of those present did not know the specificities of the SPAMI, and they were very interested in the continuous presentation and intervention. At the end of each event, the participants were very satisfied with what was presented, and they were all motivated to get involved each on their own to contribute to the preservation of the SPAMI of Galit. Following this event, Man also signed a partnership agreement with the Faculty of Science of Tunis to strengthen scientific research on the Galit archipelago. So we have an environmental impact because we promote the protection of the SPAMI of Galit. There is a scientific impact with the implication of researcher community in the management of the SPAMI of Galit. Socioeconomic, of course, impact, given that the preservation of the Galit contributes to the preservation of the resources exploited by the fishermen, as well as the preservation of sustainable tourism, which characterize this area. And finally, there is an education impact, of course, with the raise awareness with the student and researcher. As recommendation, so we recommend that despite the effort made by the co-management unit for the conservation of the SPAMI of Galit, the available means remain insufficient to allow the monitoring of the different ecosystems which characterize the archipelago. So we therefore recommend particular attention to the SPAMI of Galit to finance monitoring and management activities. And also we recommend that SPARAC work on the networking of the MPA for better communication and for the exchange, of course, of data and skills. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
I hope it was clear.
Yes, it was very clear. Thank you for this nice presentation. As a reminder, you are a part of Méditerranée Action Nature, which is the co-manager of Lagalit SPAMI. I don't know if we do have questions in the chat or in the audience. Raise your hand if you have questions.
Yeah. For now, there are no questions and no hands in the Zoom. But maybe Walid, you mentioned in the very last point, you were inviting the SPARAC to work more on the MPA network to better communicate and enhance the situations. Were you talking about the Tunisian MPA's network or more globally the regional MPA network? So I was curious to know your point of view on that.
Maybe we can go step by step. First, maybe we can start with connection with Tunisian MPA, almost MPA that they have the same characteristics. For example, Galit and Zimbra, they are the same ecosystems. Maybe there is the connection between the MPA. But of course, in the second step, we can make connection with Mediterranean MPA and to make exchange data or also experience skills. So we can invite some manager of others MPA to visit Galit and to see how we manage what we have like ecosystems, what we use like as methodology of monitoring. And of course, Galit team and MAN team can also visit others MPA and see how they succeed to manage their MPA and what methods they use. And of course, I like also that we can exchange and connect data. For example, for us, Mediterranean Action Nature, all data that we collect are made in reports and they are published on the website of Mediterranean Action Nature. So you can log in the website of Mediterranean Action Nature and you can find all data about our monitoring, our methodology. So we encourage other MPA to share, Tunisia and Mediterranean to share their data, and it will be easy to make comparison, for example, to have an idea about other MPA, what they found, what they have like species, like ecosystems. So we can do it twice.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And I also totally agree to maybe going step by step for the connection of the MPAs at the national level. But I think already there are this first step maybe partially done because we have the MPA, the National MPA Committee. So where all the MPAs are represented, I think, and the main manager in Tunisia, which is the APAL, that are also directly managing, but also collaborating and closely collaborating with all the NGOs that we cannot, I think, achieve what we have achieved so far without the help and the support and the work done by the NGO, the MAN, for example, in particular for the Galit SPAMI. Yes, thank you so much, Walid.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Walid. Thank you, Asma. So maybe we can move to the next presentation, which will be entitled Marine Education Trail in Landscape Park Strunjan by Krista Lokar from Merigenos in Slovenia.
Hi,
Krista?
Hi.
Hi.
There, I can see the hand raised, so maybe first that.
Yeah, of course. I think maybe we give the floor to Aysam raised his hand for just for a moment. I think
Okay.
you are going to share what he has written in the comment section. At the moment, Wissam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Asma. I'm just want to ask Walid if he can provide us with the link to find those data. Is it data for monitoring or just simple data to know the status of conservation in the MPA that you are managing or the SPAMI that you are managing? So can you provide us with the link? As I cannot find the data, so can you help us in this matter? Thank you. Status of conservation, the MPA that you are managing or the SPAMI that you are managing.
So for the data, it's so as we have especially, for example, monitoring of Posidonia, of fishing, of seabird. So for every species and for every target species, there is a project, a report with detailed data on different data. So the number of species, the methodology of monitoring, the results. So it's not a simple data, but scientific reports, like a paper, like a scientific paper with material and methods, results, discussion, bibliography. So it's a really important data that everyone can use it. So it's not a sample, it's not table, for example, or not a sample citation, but a complete template as a researcher paper. So, and which is written by scientific, of course, researcher, and it's so it's you can see it. I will share with you the link of the website of the Mediterranean Action Nature, and you can, of course, find all data and paper that are available.
Thank you, Walid. So I think Isam, that answer to your question. I think I forget the the 10-minute break. So Krista, what do you think? You want to go ahead or after maybe after the break?
I'm fine with both. So if we need a break, I can go after the break.
Thank you, thank you. We will see each other in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. Hello again. So after this short okay, so after this short break, we will move to Krista. Krista, if you can share your screen. Thank you.
Can you see it? Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we see your
Yes.
screen.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. I'm Krista. I'm representative of Morgenos. I'd like to thank for this opportunity to present one of our projects. I will represent the Marine Educational Trail in Landscape Park Strunian. Okay, it's moving too much. Okay, so first I'll talk a little bit about our association. It's called Morgenos, Slovenian Marine Mammal Society. We are located in the Northern Adriatic Sea, and we are an NGO that is working on several projects in the field of scientific research, education, public awareness, and protection of the marine environment. Our main research is on bottlenose dolphin in Slovenian waters, but we are also putting a lot of efforts into education and public awareness. We established the Dolphin Center, open space for visitors to come and visit us and learn more about Slovenian Sea, protected areas, and as well dolphins and our work. In this project, SPAMI Day and Marine Education Trail in Landscape Park Strunian, we successfully implemented, in collaboration with the Landscape Park Strunian, this marine trail. The aim of our project was to raise awareness of the Landscape Park Strunian as a SPAMI area. It is the only SPAMI area in Slovenia, and we know that not a lot of people knows about that. So with this project, we try to change this. We were promoting the importance of environmental education, which was achieved through the creation of a marine education trail in the SPAMI area. And as well, we were trying to raise awareness on the conservation and protection of the marine biodiversity, which was the focus of the SPAMI Day event. So on SPAMI Day, the Landscape Park Strunian celebrated SPAMI Day with an event called Landscape Park Strunian Celebrates SPAMI Day. It was organized with our help and as well with the collaboration with the representatives from the Institute of the Nature Conservation from Piran Regional Units. This event attracted a diverse range of visitors, from children to families and to just individual people. They engaged in different interactive stations that were strategically placed in the park itself. Among these stations, they actually learn about the importance of the marine protected areas and how to preserve our marine ecosystems. We counted approximately 200 individuals that attended this event, and the whole event was also covered by media, so it was spread among Slovenian news. So I will show you now our interactive stations in the Landscape Park Strunian in the SPAMI area. First one was the presentation of SPAMI sites. So the representatives from the Slovenian Institute of the Nature and Conservation and Landscape Park Strunian actually presented the SPAMI area and explained the concept of SPAMI areas and their importance. Then on the next station, there was an exhibition on a seashore waste. People could actually look at the most commonly found waste on the seashore in Slovenia. Park representatives also advised visitors on how they can contribute to a cleaner environment and encourage them to participate in a cleanup campaign that was also happening at the same time in the park. The next station was the meadow exploration. Visitors learn facts about plants in the park and as well bird species in the park. But they also had the opportunity to make their own musical instruments out of giant cane, which is an invasive species in Slovenia. The last stop was the dolphin research and adoption station. Here, visitors could learn more about bottlenose dolphin in Slovenian seas. They could listen to the sound recordings of dolphins and as well learn how to spot a dolphin from land stops. Morigeno's team gave information about the importance of dolphins in Slovenian waters, and visitors also had a chance to symbolically adopt a dolphin. After this quite successful celebration day, we start developing marine-themed learning trail at the Landscape Park Strunjan. With this trail, we want to enrich educational offerings of the Landscape Park Strunjan. They are offering different guided tours, mostly for children, for groups, for school groups, but they didn't have any marine-related team. So together we wanted to create something that would cover the marine part of the park. And we start to prepare the content for this tour, as well as worksheets that are used when the groups are walking around this tour. The tour actually has different topics. They learn all about the marine protected areas, SPAMI, salinization, commercial fishing, marine lagoons, marine litter, and as well dolphins. So children and well other groups can learn all about these problems and as well the situation of marine ecosystems in Slovenia. Here on photo you can see a local school that was attending this tour. It was guided by Morigeno's team and as well Landscape Park Strunjan team, and they were actually learning about SPAMI area and as well everything related to the marine environment. Here is a worksheet that they get when walking along the trail, so they can actively learn and write down things that they learn and get to know while walking along this path. This guided trail become a regular offering at Landscape Park Strunjan, so it is available to other schools and other educational institutions, which we find very promising, so that more and more people, more and more students can learn about the importance of this area. With this project, we raised awareness on SPAMI areas. We had big campaign, media, and as well on SPAMI Day. So I think people learned a lot about the area in Slovenia. We also put a lot of effort into promoting the importance of environmental education. And as well, we developed some new educational resources like marine educational trail and worksheets. For the future, we want to definitely involve more stakeholders. We want to encourage them to participate in SPAMI Day celebration or different activities. We want to expand awareness and outreach. We still believe there is quite a big population of people that don't know much about the SPAMI or other marine protected areas. So I think we want to spread this attention and engagement, and as well strengthen our educational initiatives. So we would like to continue to develop and expand our educational initiatives like trails, guided tours, and other interactive stations. This is all from my side. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thanks a lot, Krista. Asma, do we have some questions?
Thank you, Emna, and thank you also, Krista, for this presentation. I think there are no questions so far, and nobody is raising their hand. But maybe in the meantime, I remember that the Strunian National Park was my very first SPAMI that I have visited, and it was really very nice. I mean, and I have particular souvenirs because there were like a visitor center, I think, inside the SPAMI where you show visitors from the public, maybe others that are doing trainings, etc., the richness of this SPAMI. And also you have said maybe it is not really very famous as, I don't know, as other SPAMIs in the Mediterranean, but I would like to invite you to share with us maybe one or two like specificities or uniqueness in this SPAMIs. For my side, for example, if I can share, there are the salines. I think the salines, you say that like that. I mean, where we produce the salt that is really like handmade. The workers, I mean, they are working inside the salines and they collect the salt, and then it is sold in like stores, etc. So, and there were also a documentary that were showing the whole process, because this is a very, very ancient work and activity, and I think this is one of the specificities and particularity maybe of the SPAMI, and this is also a resource, could be considered as a financial resource for the SPAMI itself to guarantee maybe a part of its daily working, of the monitoring, to ensure some of the activities. So I don't know if you can share from your side one specificity or uniqueness you consider in the Strunian Park.
Yeah, there is a saline area place in Landscape Park Strunian, and I think they're doing pretty good job. We are, a small country with not so much sea, but the SPAMI area is one of really nice areas in Slovenian coast. It is rich and very well visited. I think they have quite a lot of visitors every year. So the promotion of SPAMI areas or like marine protected areas there is very, very good. So I think if they will continue doing this, the promotion of the protected areas, as well as engaging people to do something for the environment, will only increase. So this is a very really positive thing about that area, their work, the work of Landscape Park Strunian.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I think also the SPAMI twinning programs is contributing indeed to really make this the SPAMI well known at the Mediterranean level. Thank you so much. And there is Martina, who is raising her hand for the moment. So Martina, the floor is yours if you would like to ask a question.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm following the webinar from Italy, and congratulations for your presentation. Everything is really interesting. I am a marine biologist and I'm currently engaged in outreach and education initiative, mainly in the Blue School program in this period, but I worked also for some marine protected areas. And I was wondering about the future of this SPAMI network. And I was wondering about the new areas institution for the future. What about the procedure to to propose another area for the network, to expand the network in the upcoming years, you know, because we have many SPAMI areas in Italy, but also other designated areas which are not yet part of the network. And I was wondering about this. If you know something about the procedure to propose other areas and expand the network. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I think you are, the question is for me, is not particular to the Strunial Park, if I well understood, because, sorry, it was cut sometimes. So maybe I repeat the question. So you wanted to say there are already a lot of SPAMIs in Italy. Indeed, there are 11 SPAMIs, and Italy is the first, is on the top of the list regarding the number of SPAMIs declared. So with 11 SPAMIs, and then comes Spain with 10 SPAMIs. So so your question was how we can declare new SPAMIs.
Yes, exactly. Also, how we can assess the effectiveness of the extant ones, and then maybe declare other which are not yet in the network, but for their environmental features and characteristics may be included as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I will respond separately to your two questions. How to assess? Indeed, maybe I have briefly introduced about the assessment when I addressed the question to Ali from the Tyre Coast Nature Reserve, and record a little bit about the assessment. In fact, since the very first year of the declaration of the SPAMI, when the country declare their SPAMI, and to declare there are submission to be done to the national focal points, and then that will go to the Barcelona COP, and then when it is once officially declared as SPAMIs, after 6 years, the SPAMI should undertake an evaluation, an ordinary evaluation. So on this ordinary evaluation will be based on a questionnaire, an already approved questionnaire approved by the Barcelona Convention COP, that has several questions divided under several sections. So a section for the monitoring, section for the, it is an already approved questionnaire. And then the SPARAC will help the country by creating a technical advisory committee. And this technical advisory committee is composed by the focal point of the country, our SPABID focal point of the country. For example, in the case of Italy, it is Leonardo Tunesi from ISPRA, and then the manager of the SPAMI, and then one national expert that know very well the SPAMI itself, and then 2 non-national or international experts that are designated by the SPARAC, of course, in consultation with the focal points. So this technical advisory committee is composed by 5 persons, and these will meet and will discuss together and will fill in the questionnaire. And then the questionnaire has scores, and each question has its score. There are questions that are yes or no. There are questions, how do you rate, 1, 2, or maximum 3? And then the question is on, I think, 99 points, and the SPAMI should have at least I think 78 or something like that points. So there are like a minimum score. If it is above this score, if it is equal or above that score, that means that the SPAMI is effectively working, that is well managed, and there are no really major problems. So it will remain on the SPAMI list. But if the SPAMI is got a score under the minimum score required, it will be classified or put in a provisional list. in a list of a provisional nature, maybe like we call it a gray list. That means that there are some points or problems in the management of maybe in the management, or I mean any kind of problem that that will be indicated in the questionnaire that is filled in by the technical advisory committee. So, and then after 6 years, it will be evaluated again with an extraordinary evaluation, which is the case of Tir, of Palm, of Lagalit, of Zembra, of Kines, and recently of Habibas in Algeria. They will undertake an extraordinary evaluation to see if the country, the stakeholders, the civil society, etc., they have at least contributed to enhance the situation of the SPAMI. So this is regarding the assessment. So we do not worry about our SPAMI because there are a continuous assessment in order to guarantee the effective management of these SPAMIs. And regarding the declaration, as I said briefly, it is done by the focal points itself. It could be an initiative of civil society. It could be an initiative of a group of experts or of a resource institution, but this should go through our focal points. And you know, in every country we have one focal point, which is like our vis-a-vis in each country, and the proposal should come from them, of course, in consultation in their department, in their Ministry of Environment, I mean, in their relevant institution, national institution, and then the country will submit a proposal for the inclusion, and we have specific like formulaire to really to ask to designate an area as a SPAMI, and it will go first of all with a SPABIT, the specially protected area of biological diversity focal points that is organized by the SPARAC each 2 years, and the forthcoming meeting of the SPABIT focal points will be in 2025. And then it will, once it is approved by the focal points, it will go to the MAP, Mediterranean Action Plan focal points, normally after 3 or 4 months. And once it is approved by the MAP focal points, it will be submitted to the Barcelona Convention COP for consideration. And then if everything is okay, it will be approved. So this is more or less the process for the assessment of the existing SPAMIs and for the declaration of new SPAMIs. And also I can send you links and more information if you kindly share with me your email. I can send you more information to know more. And I wonder, maybe you have a SPAMI, I mean, like or a future SPAMI that you would like to declare. So I don't know. Maybe you are working already on an APA.
Yes, I have in mind one area, but you know, there are some management issues in its history, and so we have the director now, but we had vacancy for several years. So I think the current situation is not properly what we expect from the designation. But of course, maybe in the future we can consider it. And yes, I know Leonardo, and I know we have other areas. I worked also for one of them. Yes, it was just a question to be sure that my knowledge is in line with the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for the email sharing. The chat is not active from my side, so I cannot share.
Yeah, maybe I will ask my colleague.
Yeah, maybe you need to.
Dia for help. I can send you my that yeah, contact. Thank you so much.
Okay, Asma, so maybe let's move to Ms. Saneh Taqtaq from ACG, as she have to leave in few minutes. Okay, Madame Saneh, if you are here.
Yes, I'm here. So good morning,
Morning.
everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience in tourism, and especially with the different the projects that we worked on with the SPARAC. So I start by saying that my English is not good as Asma. So it is, but I will express myself. Okay, so I will share with you our experience. You see our screen? Okay, so I will present our experience at Gneiss Island. So Gneiss Island is in the Gulf. It's situated in the Gulf of Gabes and attached to Ghariba delegation. It is far from Sfax, about 65 kilometers, and it has the potential, good potential to ecotourism and culture of culture also. It is an ideal ecosystem to encourage tourism, but it has specific characteristics that sometimes limit our access and, to the island. In our management and co-management with APAL, we have, and also with the through or within the convention of with the MidFund, we have priorities, preservation of biodiversity, and it is the first one, of course, but we have also the promotion of ecotourism at this time. Gneiss Island have many classification, international classification. It is a natural reserve. It is a SPAMI. That's why we are here today. Classified as wetland Ramsar and ZICO because of the biodiversity of birds. So we usually work with many partners, and this is very important. So we have this approach working with all the stakeholders and the local community, and also all our partners who help us. And so you see SPARAC here today, and many others. Just talk about our history in tourism tours and in ecotourism. So we start working in Gneiss Island since 2012 with a small grant project with Jeff. And we have the project, it's focused on biodiversity, but one of the objectives was to promote ecotourism, and we start with a small activity and a small flyer. And we have this vision of developing ecotourism, but we didn't make big things till the 2019, where we have our project, Gneiss and Ecotourism Dream Island, which is funded by SPARAC. And it was the first time that we make a kind of tour, which is a very professional one. And we discussed this ecotouristic tour with all the stakeholders, and especially professional stakeholders who are concerned by tourism. That third project was on 2023, so last year, with the SPARAC also. And it is with the NCRS project, and it was Gneiss Shining. So we also add many other activities and other components in the ecotourist tour. So we are now a little bit professional in this tourism activity. Voilà. Donc, in this project, so we have 3 objectives. The first one, the second one with SPARAC. So it was the involvement of local civil society in the management of the CNES Island, SPAMI. The contribution to the sustainable development of social and economic activities, in particular sustainable tourism, and establishment of co-management of the CNES Island for the development of sustainable tourism. And I forget to say that now CNES it's proposed as IMP, as marine protected area, and we are waiting for the regulation to, but we start working on this with the APAL and with MEDFAT. So the activities in this project was meetings, workshop, is to develop this new tourist ecotourist tour, and to see with all the stakeholders the different activity of the project, and to concertate about the action plan. So we start from the beginning with all the stakeholders. So if anything is not very clear or not adaptable to the CNES Island, to the site, or to the field, so we change it. This is our approach, and it's very important. We so more than workshops, we have exchange workshop and visit with the in Rome, and we have our colleagues from Sicilia, which is also SPAMI, and with our partners APAL. So we make they visit CNES Island, but we didn't visit Sicilia SPAMI. But we met them, and during the workshop in Rome, in the Ministry of Environment, that it was a good opportunity to exchange experience with the other SPAMI. In this project also, we have many activities to make the site beautiful and more attractive site, and we make many activity of cleaning days and cleaning activities. So when we have any visitors, so we try to involve them to this kind of activity, and to make awareness about biodiversity preservation, etc. So we see here in the first photo that we see, for example, we make in this project the photovoltaic. It was the first time. We have no light, no water, so we have nothing. So we try to make this Hawela site. So it is in Hawela site because we should travel to go to CNES. We're using a boat. So this is before going to CNES or Basila Island. So Asma, when you find that I didn't find my word, so you can help me, please. So we make also traditional, let's see, house or cabinet or keep in English. This was done in this project, and also what you see in the last photo and on the right, this was this is in Basila Island, so kind of abri where we can be covered from, protected from sun, etc. So we also work on the different components of the new tourist tour, and so we add in this different component. We add, for example, visit to see agriculture, the patrimony of, or the heritage of intangible heritage of this region. So we introduce women activities as fisher, as making the nets, and many other activities to diversify the product, because sometimes when the weather is not good or we have the problem of the Mare, so we cannot go to Basila. So we think about some activities that can help, that can make visitor or tourists attractive, other than seeing, for example, only the Basila Island. So this is the professional tour. We make the map of the tour, so it is made by young startup, and they worked before in ACG, then they are the startup, and they create this kind of application, Android application. And we have now all this flyer, this Android that we can share with you the link. And also we prepare the kind of signs, so the plaque signalétique. And the main important thing that we prepare the kind of tools, or how we say, play card. So which talk about the quiz, the biodiversity, and so yeah, it was very important thing that we now we have the propriety of this card, play card. So we prepare also many tools and to present when people are coming to visit CNEIS. So and we involve women to prepare this kind of bag, of this kind of tools and gadgets. This project was very presented and communicated so in our first forum of biodiversity, and you see here the intervention and the participation of SPARAC, so how when she was in SPARAC, and and we communicate this ecotouristic tour in TV and the first channel of TV in Tunisia. We have the second forum where SPARAC was our partner in all the steps of the second tour, this second forum, and they also participate with us to present this tour, ecotouristic tour. But I will talk because I mixed the first tour and the second one. So because this is the synergy and the sustainability of projects and the activities. So that's why I talk about the two projects at the same time. Even Emna say that I can start with the first one, that is the results and the impact of the first project that we had, the second project. And now we are talking about tourism and all the activities involved, integrated in the ecotouristic tour, and it's now ecotouristic and culture tour. So this is the small scale fishing, and also it was a new component in our activities. We see women are involved, fishermen, so everyone is involved in this in this tour. We have education tourism. Now we talk about education tourism, so we work with the young people, so with youth, and scientific tourism. So this biodiversity CNEIS is very specific. So it's very important to share with the university and the others, so that we have not classic tourism. Let's say it is a tourism for students, for people working on natural and environment issues. This is a new concept of tourism, and we have also the agricultural production. So this is the alternative tourism, culinary tour. So we present all the product of and handmade of women. Also, women participate in different activities. So we make a kind of dynamic that involve all the local community through this projects. So this is the SPAMI Day, our participation. So it was very nice that we have this, our participation in Monaco. So the second project came 2023. I present some activities, but I want to say that we have now more visibility. So we prepare a second flyer and second proposed new map and new components, because now we are a co-manager with APAL and in the project with MedFund, and this is the importance of the synergy of the project and of all the partners. So we make the project have more activities, more money also, and more fun, so you can make everything good. So that's why we see many stakeholders, and now we have new visibility of how we can work on this ecotouristic tour as a SPAMI, but also as future marine protected area. This is our second twinning with Parc Bleu in Marseille, I think, and they also come in our Knees Island, and we share our experience, and then we have the opportunity with the SPARAC, and we learn from them their marine protective area and SPAMI also. So this exchange, and till now we are exchanging experience together, and this is one of the impact to be in touch with each other when we are working together. This twinning, it's very important. I think that one of the recommendation is to see, to continue to work with this other SPAMI area. So CNEIS now is attractive. So we see one of SPARAC friend in our forum, visit with our partners from North Africa. And we start now to talk about the number of visitors, and people are partners, NGO or youth or scientific. So we start to have some KPI to see how it works in this tourism. So we have a new idea and a new way of thinking and approach to see how we can develop this specific tourism. So these projects contribute to the involvement of the stakeholders and the local community. Women and fishers and farmers participate in different steps of the project. We have new opportunities to ameliorate local community resources, because now when we have any event or any activities, we involve them to present and to participate. Fishermen and women are more involved in the organization of events, ecotouristic tour. Local communities, youth, and all the stakeholders are more engaged in preservation of the biodiversity, because when we talk about this kind of tourism, we talk about biodiversity. Other way, we cannot have keeping our SPAMI area, and we should respect to the criteria of the SPAMI. And that's why when we have, for example, the period of season of nidification, we don't go on the Basila site, but we make, for example, bird watching or something, bird watching or other activity from the boat. So we adapt our activities respecting the biodiversity. So we are working on sustainable tourism. So we ameliorate infrastructure, transport, science, services to attract responsible tourists, communication, and professional building capacities to local community and sustainable tourism. So this is what these projects added to our activity with APAL and MedFund and Forest General, with the Ministry of Agriculture, and especially for Forest Direction. So all the partners give us this possibility to work on sustainable tourism. Our recommendations are many, but I would say that MPA tourism, SPAMI tourism tours should be different from other classic tourism model. Preservation of biodiversity and heritage, tangible patrimony and intangible should be the main important component of ecotouristic and culture tour. Synergy between different projects, better visibility and impact. This is very important also. Partnership with public and private institutions, scientific experts, and the involvement of the local community is recommended. And the participatory approach and the gender-sensitive approach are essential elements for the success of the projects. Involvement of youth is very important for the sustainability of the project and the biodiversity conservation. That's why we have the class of biodiversity and we work, make the education too. I think that I finished. So thank you for your attention and thank you to give us this opportunity to share this experience.
Thank you, Madam Sene, for this nice presentation. I think, Asma, I think we have a question on the chat.
Yes. Yes, indeed, Emna. Thank you so much, Sene, for your brilliant presentation. And yeah, so you have many questions in one from Eletra that is in the Q&R, in the question and answers section. Did you develop? But I will read it again in French if you want, Sene. So the question is,
you can read it in English.
Okay.
So
perfect.
I try to understand. I understand, but I don't speak.
You will.
But you understand my English.
Of course. We all have Mediterranean English. We are not English people, so I mean. So, did you develop a business model to show fisher community in order to engage them in new activities? And if so, can you further elaborate on that? And another question, what are the most effective promotion channel for this type of tours? And who is the target participant? If you want, it is in the Q&R option in the Zoom, or I can repeat question by question.
No, don't repeat. We didn't develop a business model, but because it is very good idea, so I take it. But as usual, when there is a good idea, but we have our approach. It is it's our experience, our initiative to talk with fishermen and to fisherwomen, so to attract them, to inform them, to work with them. But it is a kind of when it is professional, when we can write this experience, so we should write it. And now it is the idea that I kept. And another question was, what was the other question? Sorry.
Sorry. What are the most effective promotion channels for this type of tours? And who is the target participants?
This is a big challenge for us because we make, for example, in different projects with SPARAC, and now we have this flyers, this tool, and we have this kind of Android application. And we presented, for example, if we presented in with the Commissary of Tourism, with the Ministry of Tourism, and we try to share it everywhere because we have this idea to put many tours, Kerkena tours, wetland Salinas tours. So we would put them in the same application Android, so that everyone see this. You will see also the tour in CNES. And we talk twice or three times on TV to talk about this tour in Facebook, in social media. And also we create a kind of, we elaborate a strategy of communication. It was a project with Medpan of CNES Island. But our big challenge is how we attract specific visitors, specific tourists, because tourists should have this in their mind and should be responsible and should be people or tourists or visitors engaged in sustainable tourism, engaged to preserve biodiversity. So it's not as different places. And we see, for example, last year we have 450 visitors. It was the first time that we have this, because before we have 100 and 200. Where I talk with others, big parks and other experience, where they have a lot of visitors. So it can be not good for the island. So it is a big challenge between how we can preserve, how we can make preservation, and we can make sustainable tourism. So but we are trying to promote, contact enterprise, contact schools, university, everyone to promote this project. And we have a strategy of communication. Okay.
Thank you so much, Sana. I think it is, you have provided very clear answer. And we have Isam Ashur, who raised his hand, and then I will read another questions from Claudia. Isam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Asma, and thank you, Sana from ACG, for sharing the experience. I would like, it's not a question, but it's a remark more than a question. Well, I suppose this is, let's say, a concrete example behind showing the importance of creating SPAMIs. It's not only SPAMIs are not only created for conservation efforts, but also can lead to some socio-economic benefits. So in the beginning, it was, let's say, this place, it was the middle of nowhere. No one visited this place. It was nothing, just normal place for seabirds, for shetler. So, and by these activities, by creating the same PA, then SPAMI, it has led to not only for conservation, let's say, activities, but also for ecotourism, which is an eco-socioeconomic activity, which brings life to this place. People get benefit from it, and visitors come to see the seabirds and see the, let's say, particularity of this SPAMI, which has, let's say, the tidal phenomena. So one of the particularity of this site. So I suppose by creating these SPAMIs, it's also a good benefit and brings, let's say, life and brings benefit to people that are living in that area. So it's not only for conservation effort, but also for socioeconomic benefits coming from behind creating these SPAMI. So I suppose this is a good example, let's say, about that deals with the mixture between conservation and also ecotourism or economic or socioeconomic activities. That is my remark. So yeah, this is it. That is what I wanted to say. That also socioeconomic, but well, we need to, let's say, to study the impact of these ecotourism, let's say, activities on environment, but it's not an activity that we just forget about it, because it will bring life to this place. Visitor will come to visit this place to see the particularity of this place, and also it is good for conservation. So this is it. Thank you.
I just want to add, thank you for all these remarks. And I want to say just that the work is ongoing. So we are usually working on this. The problem is also the preservation of biodiversity and how we can make awareness and sensitize local community fishers to respect, for example, the regular fishing and the regulation. So women, so everyone. So that's why we create this class of biodiversity, which is learned from park Parc Bleu, and they have the glass of the sea, and we have to take the idea, and we start to work with the children, pupil, and the young people. So because they are the future generation now. So we should learn them and sensitize them, and to this biodiversity preservation. Second, to promote and valorize their site, and to also the all people, when they have real benefit from this SPAMI and future IUP, I think they will be involved and engaged in everything. So we are working for 10 years now with them, and it's very, very difficult. And I think that everyone knows this, but we continue to create something and to work with the local community and the stakeholders also. But it's very important to continue this work, to have this criteria of SPAMI. And we have this challenge also to be usually a SPAMI area, and we are working on all the problem and the points and remarks that with APAL and all our partners and SPARAC to keep this Knees Island as a SPAMI, and it's good SPAMI.
Thank you so much, Sana. The super Sana, if I can say, we are not worried about the future of the SPAMI, since we have like really like a soldier for our CNES SPAMI. So one last question, and if I kindly ask you to briefly respond, because we are a little bit behind the schedule. So it's a question from Claudia, from the Friends of the Birds Association, AAO. So, dear Sana, thank you for sharing your experience and insight. So, what kind of assessment of potential environmental impact of the tourism activities you develop? Have you ever done? And for sure, you did some kind of capacity assessment for the number of visitors, kind of activities, etc. How do you monitor impacts? So, this is the
okay.
Full of questions.
Thank you, Claudia, for this good question. Because really we are, well, the first we are when we make a visit in Knees, we never think about this. We want to have people coming to Knees to visit, to see this Knees Island. We are seeing the other MPA from other region, they are very attractive, and I think why Knees Island is not like this. So we think when we are working with scientific and the forest direction, so Ministry of Agriculture, Environment, so we understand that the importance of biodiversity and to preserve is the first priority is preservation. So we see we put a kind of risk assessment, and we prepare it, and that's why I say when we have the notification period, for example, we have visitors, we stay in our boat and make bird watching, or in the Hawela site make bird watching, and we add the activity of cyclotourism, and we have a museum, we have visit, we have play card, and many others activities now. So to reduce this pressure on Basila Island, when, for example, we cannot, for example, there are also some periods that we see that, for example, to travel with fishermen or fisherwomen. So we make one session as a briefing before the visit. We should not take the problem of plastic. We have, for example, we prepare a kind of food with traditional one. We don't use plastic. We use, for example, bin for plastic bottles. I didn't find all my words. So but we prepare all of this and we manage the number of visitors. So we have only, for example, not more 30 visitors when it is good. So 15, 20. So we have not a big number, and we try to work with the forest direction of the Ministry of Agriculture, because they make the how we say they give us the authorization to go there. So there is also another barrier to stop visits. So with our partners, we have many way to manage this tourism that it will be sustainable. Tired of English. Hope that I understand.
Thank you very much, Madame Sene. Thank you. Maybe we will take a group photo because as you have to leave for another event. So I ask every one of you to turn your camera on. Vie, can you take the photo? Vie?
Who is sharing his screen?
No.
Well,
Just
second,
Sene,
just
if
second.
you can
I will manage
and
it.
share. Perfect, thank you.
Okay. So.
J'essaie d'arrêter le partage. J'arrive pas.
C'est bon, je l'ai arrêté. Smile, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Vie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Sene.
Merci.
So, no, it's okay. We will move to another presentation, but we will still in Tunisia with the project of Aspen Cabban, presented by Ayman Nefla. Ayman,
Hello,
if you
everybody.
can.
I will share my screen. It's okay?
Yes, it's okay. Yes, go ahead, Ayman.
Okay, thank you, Sparak. Thank you, everybody, for this opportunity to join you. It's an honor for me to present our work in Aspen, our small project that named Tackling the Plastic Pollution in the Hawaii region surrounding the marine and coastal protected area of Zambra Archipelago. Our project turn around 4 major points: environmental awareness and education, cleaning program that we built on Zambra and the western coast of El Hawaria, the installation of plastic waste collection containers, and project closing session. Okay. In our project, we conducted a plastic collection program on Zambra and the western coastline of Hawaii, and we implemented environmental awareness and educational session for pupils and fishermen. And third point, the establishment of the first core of a permanent plastic waste collection system via the installation of several permanent metal containers for plastic collection in the target area. especially ports, beaches, and the main island, the archipelago of Zambra. The presence of plastic waste on the island of Zambra as well as on the coast of Hawaria is mainly due to discharge from huge summer touristic activity along the western Hawaria coastline. Secondly, the waste from fishing vessels and the transport of their beings into the sea. By the wind and maritime currents, plastic were finally found everywhere on the coastline, the mainland, and particularly on Zebra Island. These uncontrollable masses of waste are now causing major problems. We are mainly for wildlife, such as seabirds, the breeding burrows of shallow waters blocked by bottles, turtle, and other crustaceans of the Mediterranean by trapping in bags, stuck in abandoned fishing gear, die from a swallow plastic belly food. Under the street and facing a lack of the reliable process to deal with this problem, we elaborate this project funded by SPARAC, and ASPEN was granted, when the objective was to contribute to reduction of plastic pollution on Zambra Island and on Western Hawaria coastline throughout plastic waste collection campaign, sensitization of local pupils, fishermen, and the implementation of permanent collection system in sensitive area. As a result of this project, firstly, the environmental awareness and education. The first activity was the awareness session for children from the Hawaria Kids Club. ASPEN have organized these meetings at Hawaria Kids Club with the participation of more than 80 persons, among which we recorded 65 kids. The second activity, it is the plastic waste collection action in Shot of Al-Ain, donc Shat Al-Ain beach in Hawaria. This is a practical session for the children, and 12 of kids are conducted perfectly this mission of collect plastics. They collected more than 5,500 plastic bottle caps. Also, in the same axis, we organized an awareness session for fishermen with the participation of 61 persons. Among them are fishermen, 45 members. The second axis was the cleaning program on Zambra and Al-Hawaria coastline. As you see, we performed our activity on 6 points on the western coastline and on the Zambra Islands. The 6 sites at Al-Hawaria coastline are Elijah Beach, where we collected 100 kilograms, Afset Naga Beach, where we collected 200 kilograms of plastic, Dargar Beach, 350 kilograms, 500 kilograms at Madr al-Bhim part 1, and 200 kilograms at Madr al-Bhim Beach on second part. And finally at RR Forest, 50 kilograms. Also, our activity of cleaning on Zambra was performed on 23,000 meters square, and we collected 750 kilograms. Also, ASPEN Association obtained a high-quality plastic grinding machine in order to continue the process of mitigating plastic pollution and complete the chain already implemented and facilitate access to recycling. Third axis, the installation of plastic waste collection containers at Hawaria coastline, with the aim of setting up the first core of permanent plastic waste collection system in Zambra and its surrounding continental coastline. 6 metallic containers were already built to be installed in mainland in already identified remarkable critical locality, which are two containers in the two ports of Sidi Daoud and Hawaria on the visitor spot of Mataris, the two busiest beach, Manzil Salem Beach and Al Hawaria Beach, and two strategic points in the Hawaria city. At Zembra Island, we installed two containers, but those two are the reserved Zembra Island were built on site, given the difficulty on Canada during the transport, because these containers are so heavy to be transported via our boats. Finally, the project closing session, where the objective was the communicating and sharing result of the project. We have organized this meeting in presence of 44%, in which a presentation of the Aspen Association was held, the presentation of the project framework and its financial and conceptual origin, exposing the result of the result, a rich debate and discussion, a tribute session for plastic collectors family in the Hawaria region, and delivery of certificate and gift for volunteers and persons involved in cleaning missions. To resume impacts of our project, I simply present the highest impact on environmental awareness and education. We touched 77 children and 46 fishermen. For the second act cleaning program on Zembra, a total of 7 sites, a total of 7 campaigns of collection was conducted with participation of almost 100 participants, in which 23 women and 9 children, in 43 hours of work to collect 2,220 kilograms of plastic, covering a surface of 34, almost 35,000 meters square. Also, Aspen involved 10 stakeholders in the project. On the left, we have the governmental stakeholders, and on the right, NGO and non-governmental stakeholders. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ayman. So having visited Zambra and witnessed the impact of plastic pollution and the difficulties in managing it, I really congratulate you and Aspen for this initiative. So Asma, maybe we have some questions. Ayman, I don't know why you are in black and white.
I think the background photo that we put with the light combination. Yeah. Well, I think there are no questions on the Q&R or on the chat. But maybe, I mean, if you tell us what were the main challenges you have faced in the management and the co-management of the SPAMI, because I think it is not easy to really ensure an effective management, and also how was the dispatching of the roles between the main managers of the SPAMI in Tunis, which is the APAL, and your contribution and your support to co-manage, to successfully co-manage the SPAMI.
Okay, this is a good question, and that need a lot of time to speak about this, but I can be so concise for that. It's not a secret. The key piece to success any collaboration with governmental side is to be efficient have plasticity, have collaborative spirit to engage all the stakeholders, governmental and locals, because the problem that occurred previously on Aspen is this. We don't found a good way to communicate with person, with locals, with sometimes we don't know what we do at Zembra, what we do at Hawaria. The communication is great, is necessary to promote your activity. For that, our major intervention in the area was to pull it all stakeholders together, to communicate, to invite all persons that we have in Hawaria to contribute on all our activity. This is the secret to success all your contribution on the site.
Thank you so much, Ayman. Indeed, I totally agree with what you have said, because I think it is at the first place it is more human relations before to really go just to put in place some activities and projects. So collaboration, having like really the willingness to collaborate and to cooperate in order to achieve main targets together. And I remember in one workshop I have participated in Turkey. It was a MedPan workshop. One participant has said something that sticks until now in my mind. He said that we are not managing areas, we are not managing MPAs or SPAMIs, we are managing people. So it is really the management of people, of the institutions, of the civil society, of the public. It is the first thing. It is a human relations. So yeah, I think the willingness, good spirit, etc., is really essential to succeed.
The management of conflict is the first one to do in any places to succeed your role.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Ayman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman. Thank you, Asma. Thank you all. Maybe we'll take a short break of 10 minutes, and we will be back with the four last presentation for today. So we will see each other in 10 minutes. So, hello again. After this short break, let's move to another presentation. Samer, if you are ready, Samer Fatfat from AGSF Lebanon. If you are ready, hi, Samer. So, please share your screen with us. Samer, we don't hear you.
Is it clear now? You hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
The screen. Okay. It's shown
Your screen
on the
isn't shared.
Screen is shared, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Samer Fatfat, the manager of Palm Island Nature Reserve and the member in the Association Développement Sans Frontières. First of all, I will speak about the project engagement of non-environmental NGOs in PANR, Palm Island Nature Reserve protection.
Samer, excuse me.
Yeah.
Samer, excuse me. We don't see your screen.
Okay, you don't see it.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
Did you share your screen using the central green button?
Yes, I do it. I do it. Wait, I will go out and come back. Now?
Yes, we start to see. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I will speak about the project engagement of non-environmental NGO in the protection of Palm Island. First of all, Palm Island is a three island: Palm Island, Ramkeen Island, and Sanani Island. The over area is about 4.2 square kilometers. The marine area is 3.95 square kilometers. The land is 0.25 square kilometer. It's about 6 kilometers from the coastal area from North Lebanon. The Palm Island is an important place or space for many endangered species of bird like Odwen's gull, like some species of shearwater. Also, it's so important for some species of fish like dusky grouper to lay eggs, and for green sea turtle and loggerhead sea turtle. About the project, the engagement of non-environmental NGO in Palm Island protection. It's a project, it's a continuity of a previous project with SPARAC, the engagement of local community in Palm Island protection, and the labeled Palm Island Nature Reserve stakeholder. The project was aimed to contact direct groups that are in direct contact with Palm Island, like diver clubs, also boats or captains that touristic boat for the Palm Island, and fishermen that capture fish near the island, out of the region, out of the protected area, but in the area of North Lebanon. So these groups, we contact some of this group, and they get label. They have a what we call a cahier de charge, and there are some rules to take it in consideration and to get this label. This label was made by the Palm Island Nature Reserve, Also, we contact fish salesman or fish seller, and we let them to take this to convert to be environmental friend and to get this label. Now about the project, the context. Most project for us target groups or individuals that are directly involved with the protection of Palm Island. A lot of groups are not involved in Palm Island conservation or in environmental protection, but they have a real influence in local community. So the objective of the project was to involve these groups in Palm Island and marine life protection. This group was cultural NGOs, Scout, women and human rights NGOs, social and charity NGOs, schools, and sport NGO. In our project, we target 3 groups: social and charity NGOs, sport NGOs, and Scout NGOs. And in other project, we are working now on schools. The result, increased number of actors and activists involved in Palm Island protection, increased number of partners in all Palm Island and marine life protection activities, increased number of consumer for labeled stakeholders. What was the activity? First of all, we implement many workshops. Also, we make many awareness videos about marine life, about conservation of marine life and the plastic pollution. Also, we make many brochures and leaflets. And we finally finalize with an awareness comics book. It is the first in Lebanon or in Arabic language that speak about marine life. The first was now talking about the sea turtles. And we implement many field visits to the island. What was the impact? Less plastic, more awareness about the importance of marine protected area, more awareness about the importance of marine life protection, more protection of endangered species, more active group in field of activities or advocacy campaign, economic empowerment for environmentalist stakeholders. What next? Increase the number of target non-environmental NGO and schools, popularization of the environmental label, implement sustainable, and this is very important for us, implement sustainable project with stable revenue. For us, at the end, SPARAC is not a donor for our SPAMI. SPARAC is a partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Samer. Asma, I don't know if we have questions.
Thank you, Emna. And thank you so much, Samer, for this dynamic presentation. There are no questions in the chat. Maybe also, well, no one for the moment is raising their hand. And maybe, Samer, because you have shared at the beginning of your presentation some dynamic photos or maybe video, maybe they are an extract of a video you have produced. How do you think that the raising awareness and using such tools, dynamic tools, videos, brochures, cartoons, etc., do you think that it is really an effective message, to an effective mean to reach your targets? Do they really get interested by such as videos and cartoons, etc.? Do you think that they really think to enjoy, and do you think that they really take our concern seriously, even by screening and sharing in such way? So I hope you got my point, because
Yes.
it is really a very serious subject, but at the same time, I think it is a creative way also to reach the target. So what is your experience on that?
Yes, from my experience, you know, now most of messages that we send is through social media. And through social media, most people like to see something that are working, something that creative, something out of the box. Yani. We cannot, I think we cannot achieve a lot of people by publicating a paragraph or a letter or a part of book or scanning something else. It's an animation. And we can measure the importance of the feedback of these videos by the number of sharing and the number of visuals that we achieved. Many group we don't know, they share this video. Many group they are not working, or many NGOs that are not working with us, they are not working in environment, they do this. And the target from this animation is for children and for big for elder, more for all people. All of people like to see this animation. The message will be easiest because you are hearing, you are seeing, and you are or your sensation, sanction, what we call it in English, are present in these videos.
Yeah, thank you so much, Samer. Lubna is raising her hand, so Lubna, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Asma. Thank you, Samer, for this nice presentation. My question is, since we have today you and Ali from the other SPAMI, so my question is, are there synergy or collaboration between the two SPAMI to optimize, since Lebanon, the coastline of Lebanon is not very big country, so I think that it will be very easy to have this synergy and collaboration, and I would like to hear about this possible synergy and collaboration.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing to us to work with Ali, first of all. So, yes, I agree with you. Yani, there are, each day I contact Ali and he contact me. We are collaborating in everything. You know, Lubna is in the implementation of the project for monitoring and evaluation of monk seal in North Lebanon. Also, Ali came to North Lebanon and he went with us many times in this project, and Sur Tir is not in this project. And also, each project implemented by Ali or by me, we coordinated with us. Also, now we are working together to many publications. If you see, when we reach the first record of Wahoo in Lebanon, I coordinate with Ali, we do the publication together. I can see it's for Palm Island and Tir, you can say that these two SPAMI are one SPAMI.
Yes, thank you. This is what I want to hear and to have
if you
this
hear Ali
like
also.
okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Lubna, for always this nice question. And as my colleague Samer said, in fact, it's true that we are two different main protected area with different, let's say, geomorphological, ecological aspect. But for us, it is one marine protected area because we are only one Lebanon. So we are really working in with a big synergy. We are submitting for project together. We are doing all the project, even if you are not, let's say, partner or we are not directly involved, we are always working together. Also concerning the turtle part, we are also communicate together to find this kind of synergy. And in the future, we have a lot of things together. So because sustainable practices related with fishing, tourism, and let's say local communities, student kids, it's all the same vision, same strategy of our two reserve. So I think we have to do it, and with all also the many protected areas that will be declared in the future in Lebanon. But with Palm Island, we have a very good relation, good collaboration, cooperation, and we'll follow up, I am sure, with Saber.
Yes, thank you.
And also in the scientific level, we are following in many research articles, as Samer said. So that's
Thank
it.
you, Ali. Thank you. So I think it's a good example of SPAMI networking at national level. It's good to have this kind of networking. Thank you.
Thank you, Lubna, and thank you, Ali, and thank you, Samer, for this fruitful exchange. So now let's move to Carlo. Carlo, are you here? Yes.
Hello, do
So
you hear me?
yes, I'm very happy to see you again since Lebanon.
تمام.
So Carlo from WWF Italy will present their project Med Education.
Yes,
The floor is yours.
I will share my screen. I apologize, I'm in a art public space. I was working at sea until now, and I did stop here by the port. And well, it is a little bit noisy, but I cannot do any better than this presently. Okay. So WWF, the environmental NGO, which is dealing and managing Miramare MPA, was part of a project hosted by RACSPA and implemented by the Minister of Environment of Italy, with helped us to reply with the proposal of Med Education, ocean literacy activities for the Mediterranean. This is, well, was the opportunity for sharing tools and best practices in environmental education towards younger visitors of the Miramare MPA, and to make it available, tools and best practices, make them available to a broader public. We made this by translating information, translating publication and educational sheets, and also by creating some small video clips in order to broaden, to spread the material we are proposing since the starting of educational activities, which started some 30 years ago when Miramare, short after the establishment of Miramare MPA. So the objective of this activity is to promote the educational experience and to reach an international audience. Taking the opportunity of the existing networks of Miramare, of Mediterranean MPAs, this is made through RACSPA and through MedPan network. The tools we translated and made available to this project are part of a larger set of activities, and I will present shortly what we made available. Well, very first, I suppose the situation of Miramare is already well known, but just to be more precise, we are located at the northern end of the Adriatic Sea in the Gulf of Trieste, which is not far away from Venice and very close to Slovenian border. In fact, we have a lot of activities shared with Slovenian and Croatian colleagues. And Miramare is known for its castle, and the MPA is the stretch of sea which is surrounding the castle. And this NPA was established in 1986 as a state-owned marine reserve, but in fact it was managed, this treasury was managed since 1973 by WWF on the basis of a private volunteering activity. And during the former years, from 73 to 86, WWF did paid the state maritime domain in order to run the protection of the environment. In 1986, the Minister for Environment was established, and this gave the opportunity to start a marine reserve, state financed by the Minister of Environment, but managed by the WWF. And from 86 onwards, this reserve is managed by WWF, and we started the educational activities right after the setup of the state reserve. The goals are the conservation, the research and the monitoring, and the education activities. This is the three goals of the Miramare NPA. And to accomplish the goals of education, we have a specific site, which is the bioma, Biodiversitario Marino, where we host an exhibit of organisms, well, a reproduction of organisms, they are not live organisms, and we host display and educational tools. In the site, we make all kind of activities, mainly towards younger children, focused on school children, and we have indoor and outdoor activities. And in fact, the program we launched through the RACSPA was the translation of the first set of educational notebooks. In this case, we translated 3 booklets. The first one on the left is the litter, is focusing on marine litter. And so we teach children how to recognize, how to handle the waste and microplastics. A second booklet is the one dealing with noise, underwater noise, which is a great element for disturbance of the fishing habitats. We started this activity recording, recognizing noises, and understanding the level of disturbance from right in the 1990s, and so it gave us the opportunity to record and make some studies on fish population, the fish population breeding in Miramare, and then understanding how the human activities, pleasure boating, but also port activity is affecting the marine environment through the emission of noise, underwater noise. And a last leaflet we translated through this activity is a leaflet concerning the fish which are made available at the fish market, in order to make some awareness, to raise some awareness on the most sustainable or fish people can get from the fish market. This is dealing with local fish instead of imported fish, and on the seasons, and also on the size of the fish, which is made available at the market. And a last leaflet we translated is on the mussel farming, which is an activity we host in the Gulf of Trieste, and we consider very sustainable, as it is a way of growing seafood without providing any any feed and without providing any antibiotics to make them larger and bigger. So instead of fish cages, we are more keen in collaborating with mussel farmers, just because they are in fact much more sustainable than other activities at sea. Within the material we have translated, there are the notes for the teaching tools. So we in which we describe the activity we run. In this slide, you see 5 activities, which is the one kind of focusing on litter, marine litter. Identifish, it's the activity meant to spread the understanding of the fish and the mollusk and the crustaceans at sea. Chemistry and physics of the seawater, and another the 2 last one are dealing with plankton and benthos, which are the population, animal and vegetable population of the sea floor and in the column of water, of seawater. And at last, we produced some video pills. We named the video pills some few seconds, 1 minute and a half, in fact, of teaching activity in order to make school aware of what they are going to meet once they reach Miramare MPA. The next one, I hope the link is working. Okay, is one of such activities. This is the activity dealing with plankton, and to make school aware of what they will learn and how to behave and what they will touch once they come to Miramare, visiting the Miramare MPA. So we get out at sea, collect plankton with them, and then analyzing and understanding what they have grabbed together with us at sea. And each of these activities are focused on different age groups. In fact, the one with plankton is for mid-school, children from 11 onwards. But among our activities, we have something which is suitable for other ages, starting from 4 to 5 years old. These materials are available on the website of Miramare and are distributed among the NPAs taking part to our activities. And for what to activate the recommendation for what we can do onwards is, well, presently we are looking for an international cooperation proposal which is involving local NGOs and cooperative and workers to promote the social and cultural tourism in the areas, in NPAs. And the support we need for this kind of project is the availability of a regional network of marine and coastal protected areas to host and enrich the knowledge network of environmental education. Well, this is it for the part of Miramare MPA. And this is for the part of my presentation. Feel free to, if you have any question, to pass through.
Thank you, Carlo.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this valuable presentation. So as you said, we can find all these tools on your website. If you can share it in the chat box, please. Thank you. Asma?
Thank you, Emna. Well, besides sharing all the presentations to be uploaded and shared then with our participants, I think there are no other questions. But maybe one question to Carlo Francesini, because you have, as mentioned, you have done the twinning program with Palm Island SPAMI. So maybe
Yes.
briefly, how was it? Are there any lessons learned from your side, and also is there a continuity after this this training program? And thank you.
Well, in fact, we noticed we went to Palm Island. It was last year, 1 year ago, roughly, and we had an exchange visit. People from Palm Island went to Miramare in order to understand each other, the needs. And what we notice is the importance of Palm Island as a kind of public resort, nature resort available for the whole population, which is really looking for such a site. They consider it precious, and there is some kind of pressure due to the fact that most of local population is looking to reach and to take advantage of Palm Island. So it is a delicate issue in order to not put too much pressure on the side and to anyhow to remain available for the persons which are willing to reach the site. So it is a delicate point a question which is always out the way of how much to open and how much to avoid impact of the activities. So this is one of the key points we noticed. And the other one is the importance of Palm Island, not only as a marine site, but also as a migratory site for birds, marine birds, migrating birds. And there was an ornithologist in our team, and he pointed out the importance of the Palm Island from this point of view. And presently we are trying to start a collaboration project on the basis of local, regional call for proposals for international cooperation, and we will start soon writing the proposals to strengthen this collaboration among us.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
Carlo. I think it's a good news that you still collaborate together. And I don't know, Asma, if you want to add something.
Sorry, I would
Sorry.
mention
Yeah.
that the
Simmer.
collaboration, the collaboration is between Miramare, Palm Island, and Tyr Reserve also.
Double point.
Yes, that's wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, wonderful, because really, as Ali said, it is one Lebanon. And I would also say it is one Mediterranean. So the exchanges and all the efforts that are done is not really locally, as saying, as the quote say, think maybe locally, but act locally, but think globally. We should think globally, and we should also act globally. And such initiatives help us to really foster and enhance our SPAMI and MPAs, efficacy, durability, etc. So wonderful news. Thank you, and wish you good luck and keep going, and hope to see other initiatives also like that in the Mediterranean.
Thank you, Asma. So let's move quickly to Giorgio D'Andrea, a representative from Coordinamento Ambientalisti Pro Porto Cesario ODV, Italy. Are you here? Giorgio, hi.
Yes.
Ciao.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Hi, Emna. And I want to thank you for this opportunity. I'm Giorgio D'Andrea from Porto Cesario, Italy, and I'm a representative from the association that collaborate with SPARAC, the Coordinamento of Ambientalisti Pro Porto Cesario. So one moment, I share my screen. Okay, you can see?
Yes.
No, but yes, but you are not choosing the right way to share your screen, I think. You got to go full screen. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good. Okay.
Okay. So this is the name of the project, Education for Nature, and was fought by an association of Porto Cesario, the Coordinamento of Ambientalisti Pro Porto Cesario, that exist and work on territory from the 2006. And since the 2008, the association manages the sea of Porto Cesario, the Environmental Education Center, which purpose is to safeguard and enhance the natural and cultural resources in the area. I wasn't part of the association at the time, but I was a guy at school that participated in some ecological days with this association. And after, in the years, I start work with them. So I speak for them. Here we are in Porto Cesario, in Puglia, province of Lecce. In the past years, we developed some agreements with the local institution, like the marine protected area of Porto Cesario, and since the 2016, and this agreement designed and realized several specific projects relating to the protection of marine and coastal biodiversity, marine litter issues and sustainable practices, engaging schools in experiential workshop. This is the map of the marine protected area of Porto Cesario. That is the third bigger MPA in Italy. Is covered like almost 17,000 hectares in the sea, in front of Porto Cesario and Nardò, the city nearest. The association collaborates also with the University of Salento, especially with the Faculty of Marine Biology that manages the Museum of Marine Biology Pietro Parensan in Porto Cesario, and with the Botanical Garden, and with the last years with the underwater archaeology team of the Cultural Heritage Department of Lecce. To carry out this project, we, 4 associates in total, were engaged for a period of 2 months, different expert figures, and Francesca Lombardo, Giorgio D'Andrea, Manuela Calcagnile, Simone Orlando, and 3 other persons, Antonietta Cesari, Davide Valacca, and Giada Indidia, collaborated in the realization of this project. During the scheduled activities, specific topics were covered, with particular reference to biodiversity conservation, here in the Museum of Porto Cesario, the sustainable fishing, l'initiative focused on the promoting sustainable fishing practices, responsible management of fisheries resources. And here in the picture, there are a plastic net with a little marine turtle inside, trapped. The prevention of marine pollution. Here we are with some guys, and we were doing a sample of the beach litter. And public awareness and education in the context of the MPA. Here with some microscope in one of the tower, the coastal tower of the 16th century in the city of Porto Cesario, that we have like a visit center and an experimental center, and where we can show to the tourists and visitors the different samples took on the beach. Here are the results. The activities as written in the project were divided into guided excursion into the marine protected area in Porto Cesario and in the natural reserve Palude del Conte d'una Costiera Porto Cesario. That is the second reserve institutionally lately in the years, and is the reserve on the land substantially. And this is for to know about the nature, but in a way more exciting that stay in only in theoretical lesson. This is the guided tours, some pictures of the guided tours of the local coastal watchtowers of the 16th century, where there are some rooms dedicated to the marine protected area of Porto Cesario, and there's a plastic with the different towers that look on the protected sea. The guided tours of the Museum of Marine Biology Pietro Parensan of Porto Cesario, with the group of scholars generally, to speak about the product of the marine and coastal biodiversity and the organism. and educational workshops for school groups focused on marine litter and marine organisms. So our project contributed to the management effect of SPAMI from a socio-economic point of view, substantially, having given us the opportunity to further increase environmental awareness, both in terms of knowledge of the natural characteristics of the local MPA and good environmental practices among the hundreds of people, adults and children, who on several occasions participated in our organized activities. Here, a picture of an ecological day where we took marine litter on the beach litter on the beach, and after realize a panel with the different type of litter and the time to degrade. Here in other ecological days in the natural reserves. And for the recommendation, after the conclusion of the project, we continued with the environmental education days, especially with the school groups. And in the future, we hope for other projects of this kind to be able to continue to act in this sense and to grow this net that is birth with SPAMI and SPARAC. And with this beautiful picture of the marine protected area of Porto Cesario, I'm greeting you all, and I invite you to come and visit us. Thank you.
Thank you, Giorgio. Thank you for this presentation, for the photo, and for the invitation. We will try to visit you. Asma?
Yeah, I accept the invitation as well. So thank you so
You're
much. Thank you so much, Giorgio, for this presentation and for sharing your experience. So there are no questions from the floor, but maybe I was wondering if you have really faced any like big challenges or like problems in the implementation of these activities or in the management or core management of your SPAMs, because also and if there are any like how to say any unsuccessful initiatives or measures that were put in place, but you have learned from them to adapt your strategy, to adapt your activity, so that
wait, I didn't
it's
listen.
good to learn from the unsuccessful.
Excuse me, I didn't listen the last words. The signal were.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I was saying if there are any like big challenges you come through, and if you have any initiatives that were not successful at the beginning, but then you have adapted them in order to achieve your goals.
So
thank you.
If I understand well your question, we hadn't unsuccessfully experienced since I work here in this field. Maybe because the association was very prepared to this type of activities because the person that are part of the association are experts in different fields and work in since 20 years with children's and I was a child that was brought to these days, ecological days in back in time. So I found prepared location and work. I hope that you understand my.
No, perfectly. Thank you so much. And the other part of the question is that do you have any like big challenges you come through? I don't know, like in the implementation of the activities themselves, for example.
We always are in search of a project like this to implement our services and our instruments and to upgrade our tools to use during the days. And we work a lot with scholarship in the winter, for example. So we are in search of this project like this to amplify this work.
Yeah, Giorgio, I can witness that you have implemented the project in 2 months, so it's a big challenge.
Thank you.
So I congratulate you. Congratulations for this. So Asma, if we don't have other question, maybe we can move to the last presentation from Gabriele Lamanna from Mariterra, Onlus, Italy.
Thank
Ciao,
you all.
Gabriella.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Giorgio.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank you for this kind invitation. I will share my screen. Can you see the screen? And can you hear me?
Yes, just go full screen.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Perfect. I'm the science director of a no-profit organization that is called Mariterra, and we do scientific research, monitoring, and scientific dissemination and education activities in Sardinia, that is an island in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. And we work together with the marine protected area Capocaccia Isola Piana, that is in the northwest of Sardinia, together with the University of Sassari and the National Biodiversity Future Center I work too. I present, no, just a moment, no. Okay, I present the result of the project that was partially supported by SPARAC, called Fish Distribution Modeling and Small-Scale Fishery Management in the Capocaccia Isola Piana Marine Protected Area. Okay, just briefly introduce the main questions, the main issue. As you can see from the map, in 2022, the management body of the MPA decided to establish a seasonal fishing closure area from September to March, where any type of fishing, so both recreational and professional fishing, were completely forbidden. This was a quite risky decision because the local fisher community did not support this type of intervention. So the MPA management body asked us to help them in the management of the local fishing activities, trying to find some ecological scientific evidence to support this decision. So we decided to apply species distribution model and to use the output of this species distribution model to support the MPA, but also to inform the local fisher community, trying to make them more involved in the management of this fishing closure area. So we used landing data collected thanks to the cooperation with the local fishers, and we used this occurrence record to develop the species distribution model for 8 species or taxa. And then the model output were used to assess if the area of the higher habitat suitability for the target species that we have chosen were actually included in the established seasonal fishing closure area, thus protecting the species even with this high cost for the local fisher community. So how species distribution modeling work? I just briefly introduced this technique. So we use the landing data that came from the monitoring activities that we performed together with University of Sassari and the MPA. And we could collected data from 2019 up to 2023. We put together all this landing data and we create a quite big data set of about 2,000 occurrence records. And we use this georeferenced position to build a distribution model. We decide to focus our effort on the most relevant species or taxa from both an ecological point of view and economic, socioeconomic relevance. So we worked with 2 species of cephalopods, Octopus vulgaris and Sepia officinalis, with Conger, Murena helena, Fishes, Spondylosoma cantharus, and with 2 taxa, the Scorpena, which includes Scorpena porcus, Scorpena scrofa, and Scorpena notata, and Diplodus taxa, which include 3 different types of sea bream. Then we selected what we believe was the most important predictors of the distribution area of these species on the basis of the relevant literature, and we processed this data in a GIS, Geographic Information System environment. So we select sea surface and bottom temperature, salinity, chlorophyll concentration, and oxygen concentration, seabed habitat type, slope, and depth of the sea bottom. And then we apply a modeling approach called Maxent that use only presence species of occurrence record to identify the most suitable area for this species or taxa and to calculate the overlap between the most suitable area for this species and the seasonal fishing closure area. What we obtain, I just briefly explained to you, are many different maps that were calculated both year by year from 2019 or in the whole period from 2019 up to 2023. Here I just show you the whole period of any species or taxa that we considered. Maxent give you as output the likelihood of the species presence. That means 0 means that the species is not present, so the area is not suitable for this species. 1 it means that the area is the most suitable for this species. And in the map you can see that the most colored part of the map, so those orange and red, are the most suitable area for the species. The seasonal fishing closure area is inside the bay of Porto Conte. So this bay that you can see here, I don't know if you can see my mouse. So from this map, we can understand that some part in general, the whole area of the MPA is really important for the species that we have considered. And for some species, the seasonal fishing closure area are the most important for their distribution, specifically for Octopus vulgaris or Sepia officinalis, for example, or Spondylosoma cantharus. We also calculate the surface of the most suitable area that were included inside the seasonal fishing closure area or inside the whole MPA or outside the MPA. From these tables, you can see that for some species, namely Octopus vulgaris or Sepia officinalis, almost half of the most suitable area of their distribution are included inside this seasonal fishing closure area. While for other species, this area actually represents just a small portion of their distribution. In general, the MPA is important for all the species that we have considered, while the area outside the MPA, actually they represent just a small portion of the most suitable area for the species. What we obtain as outcome from this modeling approach that was actually important for the management, both for the management body, so the manager and technician, but also for the fishers that were informed about these results. First of all, that a lot of species have overlap distribution. That means that we can be protected altogether as a single management unit. So establishing a fishing closure area could be useful to protect many different marine resources. Further, max sense models can give you which are the most important environmental descriptors in defining the distribution area of the species. And what we found is that the thermal descriptors, so those related with the mean sea surface temperature or the sea bottom temperature, are the most important predictors in defining the distribution area of this species. Namely, actually, the distribution increase with increasing sea bottom temperature and decrease with the increasing sea surface temperature. Further, what we found is the area with the highest habitat suitability, generally higher than 0.6, in a range between 40 to 60% falls within the MPA boundaries. So the MPA is really important for these marine resources. And except for a few species, however, more than 70% of the most suitable area were outside the seasonal fishing closure area. However, this area is a bay, is a sheltered bay. So it could represent a nursery for many juvenile stage of the different species, and also is characterized by the widespread of Posidonia oceanica meadow. That, as you know, is a very important nursery area for fish and also a good place as shelter or protection for both juveniles and adults. So at the end, actually at the beginning and at the end of this project, we organized a meeting with the MPA management body and technicians, with the relevant stakeholders, mainly fishers, but also tourist operators and the scientific community, so scientists and not-for-profit organization, trying to explain the output of this project and how this modeling approach could be useful in defining the special adequacy of the seasonal fishing closure area. And we try to explain in a really easy way to the local fisher community these results, and we discussed together with the fishers if this management action was actually useful to protect marine resource without be too expensive for the fisher community in terms of the loss of income, because they cannot fish anymore inside the quite big part of the marine protected area. So where we can go from here? First of all, from the modeling exercise, we understood that the fish distribution, at least of the species that we consider, actually change a lot with the thermal environment, and this thermal environment change year by year. So we really need to have updated species occurrence data to put in relation with the present environmental condition to understand where these species are distributed. Moreover, since the thermal descriptors were so important in defining the distribution of these species, we were quite worried about the influence of climate change. So another aspect that is crucial for our point of view is to understand how the distribution of the marine resource will change under various climate change scenarios. This is important both for the marine ecosystems, but mainly to assess the risk to which our local fisher community may be exposed in the next years due to climate change. At the end, with this project, we could not be able to understand if the seasonal fishing closure area is actually an important nursery for juveniles or shelter for adult individuals. So this aspect should be considered in further investigation. So what we need to do is to continue the monitoring activities together with the local fisher community, because in this way they can be involved and they feel that they are participating in the management. This type of modeling approach can be useful both to understand present condition, but also to forecast future trend especially under climate change future scenario. And all this information were quite important to support the management of the SPAMI area to justify their management action to the local community, mainly to the fishers, but also to the tourist operators, because, you know, in a marine protected area, we are quite tourist area. We have really often contrasting need from different stakeholders. In this area, mainly fishers and tourist operator. I finished my presentation. I want to thank you very much for your support, and I'm here for any kind of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriela. Maybe Asma have some questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. There is Isam raising his hand. So Isam, if you can briefly ask your questions. I mean, and then maybe another questions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, for this presentation and this tremendous work you are doing. So my question, I have two questions with regards to the species distribution modeling and the model approach. So the first one is, how do you validate your data? Are you, let's say, validating the data? You know that validation is like the part that make the modeling approach is feasible to is approachable to reality. So do you validate your model? How do you validate it? And the second one, do you include what-if scenarios for the species distribution? For example, to study the impact of one factor on another, or on the species distribution, the species distribution. So these are, or the climate change impact on these species distribution. So these are my two questions, briefly.
Okay, about the first question, we decided to apply a Maxent modeling approach. You know, we were able to use only fishery-dependent data. That is not perfect data to build distribution modeling. So, because, you know, they are dependent on the fishing activities. But we decided to use Maxent because it's results to be the most one of the most reliable modeling approach when you have really low sample size or when your data were not continuously sampling with a sampling strategy that didn't change year by year. So we use opportunistic data, actually. We didn't plan a systematic survey of fishery resource, but we use fishery-dependent data because these data were available from the MPA. So Maxent is quite robust, quite strong approach to handle with this type of data. We had to, I don't want to be too techniques. I mean, we had a lot of problem with the spatial autocorrelation of this data because we collect data from fisher activities, so fisher usually prefer to use the same fishing spots they know. So we have a lot of issue about spatial autocorrelation that we try to manage, and we validate our model with the basic statistics that we usually use with Maxent approach, and our models are result to be quite robust, quite strong in their results. About your second questions about climate change, at the moment we didn't not make any prediction in the future with the climate change scenario. We just used the data we have available. So we investigated the distribution in relation with the condition of the year we investigated from 2019 up to 2023. But since we obtained that the thermal descriptors are really important in defining the suitability area of this species, actually we believe that it will be really important to evaluate how this distribution will change under the different climate change scenario. This is an activity that we hope to do in the future. I don't know if I answer your questions.
Yeah, thank you. Could you let's say, present the example or share with us the example, the experience that you have used in order to come up with this data model, with this modeling approach? I don't know if you have reports or something that could be shared.
I already presented the report to the SPARAC management that is quite not too technical, but we have submitted this work to Ecology and Evolution Journal, and we hope that we will publish this paper soon. And I can share this paper with you as soon as I can, or we can keep in touch to give. I can give you more detail about this modeling approach.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. And yeah, the other question is from Martina. She's asking which kind of stakeholders you engaged in data collection to obtain the data model.
Mainly fishers. So we work together in really strong relationship with the fishers. And what I can say that at the beginning was quite difficult to convince fishers to share their information about the landing, so the catches, and also about their fishing hotspot. But after a couple of years, they understood the importance of monitoring and also the importance to be involved in the management of the fishery in the area. So now they are much more cooperative. So for the landing data, we use just the data that come from the fishing monitoring of the MPA. And then we also do some sea-based campaign to understand the area most used by fisher with independent surveys. Our non-profit organization work in collaboration with the MPA for this type of data.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriela, for Isam, and also for you. The project reports will be all available in the SPAMI collaborative platform in the internet. Okay, so with this, maybe it's time for the closure. I will, yes, wrap up and closure. Yes, I will share my screen. If I find it. No. I think it's not the right one. maybe. بريك هذيك شو بريك
Maybe I can share mine.
Yes,
Emma,
yes,
if you
please, please.
So, écran. Well. I don't know if you see my screen.
Yes.
Perfect.
Great,
So
Asma.
go ahead.
Thank you for your help, Asma. So to begin, I wish to thank you all for your commitments, for your impactful projects and valuable results. I know that you had really short deadlines to implement your respective projects. Nevertheless, you have all rise successfully the challenge, and I congratulate you. All of you, and thank you for all your work, good work. So let's begin with the recommendation for a future initiative. So the impact. I know. I think it's the other. Yes, this one. Thank you, Asma. Voilà. So let's begin with the impacts of SPAMI projects. These projects are job opportunities created for SPAMI management. They increased visibility of the SPAMIs, including through media coverage, enhanced awareness and engagement by expanding knowledge among diverse groups, students, children, divers, etc., including through development of new educational resources. Joint conservation effort through partnership agreement such as the one between Mediterranean Nature, the Faculty of Science of Tunis, and one between Palm Island and the Chircos Natural Reserve. Continued cooperation among twin SPAMIs, like between Miramari and Palm Island, and increased resources and funds for the management and local communities through synergic projects implemented in the SPAMIs. Now I will let you with Asma. She will speak about the recommendation, and she will have a special announce for you. Thank you, Asma.
Thank you so much, and I will take also this opportunity to thank you for the good management, the brilliant management of the project of the SPAMI training program, because it was not easy at all to implement this project and to collaborate and to cooperate with all our colleagues, the SPAMI co-managers, the NGOs, etc. So congratulations for you as well. And as for the recommendations for future initiatives based on the presentations that we have today, the first one is to expand the stakeholder involvement in the SPAMI Day celebrations, to prioritize communication, to utilize creative awareness tools, such as the dynamic videos, etc., to promote activities and engage stakeholders in SPAMI preservation, to foster collaboration among national SPAMIs, exemplified by Lebanon synergy in conservation efforts, the community involvement, and also the scientific publications. Another recommendations is to emphasize the collaboration among all the stakeholders, both governmental and also local, including for the monitoring activities. To share the monitoring data among stakeholders and SPAMIs, as we are doing today by sharing some links for the work done, etc. And also we will share all the presentation and any other data that are relevant to secure national and local financial support for the sustainable awareness and the training activities, as well as for the ecotourism development. And finally, is to strengthen cooperation through the SPAMI twinning program and provide new financial opportunities. So I think this is it for the recommendation part, and by that we are almost in the closure of our webinar today. And the special announcement for today is that we are going to have the fourth edition of the SPAMI twinning program that was very, very recently validated and adopted with MAS, with the Environment Ministry of Italy. And we are going to maybe get back and get in touch with some of you and some of other SPAMI managers to see how we are going to establish this fourth phase of the SPAMI twinning program. So more SPAMIs are to be twinned in the Mediterranean, and we hope that you really benefit on site, on the knowledge, on the data sharing, on the human also sharing, in order to really benefit from such a program. So by that, I think I will give again the floor to Emna to close the webinar. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Asma. So with this, we will close this first side event of this year's SPAMI Day celebration. Thank you, all of you, for your participation and attention. I would also thank my colleague Asma and my other colleagues behind the scene, Dora, Vier, Isam, Lubna, and Yassine. And Anis also, and all those who helped prepare this webinar. Thank you all, and don't forget to follow the SPAMI Day news on our social media, and hope to see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
Bye bye. See you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Ali and Sim.